It's fair to say, councillors, it's not our highest priority as far as both availability of water and affordability, which are one of the key drivers for this council moving forwards. But that's not to say that it's not on the list. It's on the list. It's just not at the top of the list, but it's also not at the bottom of the list. And as I said, the list is put into portfolios so that as officers we can seek direction and seek timing on these strategic decisions from council to see whether there are items on the list that should be reprioritised. So there's no need to make a decision today about the future of Emu Creek Dam, just as though there may not need to be a decision today about duplication of the Wivenhoe pipeline. But there will be times when those decisions need to be made, and depending on growth within the region, that time may be sooner than we otherwise expected. But to say that it's not in the list is not correct. It is in the list, but it is not. You are correct in the statement that it's not the department's highest priority for solving our long-term water supply issues. The current portfolio that we are adopting or looking to move forward with is the duplication of Wivenhoe pipeline, is the preferred option, but that's not to say that alternatives won't come along, and due to financial or other considerations, other options may need to be considered at a sooner stage than we otherwise anticipated.
Thank you. That's your question there, Councillor Megan. Any other questions, councillors? Now, Councillor Bill, I said I'd come back to you if you were trying to work on something, if there was potentially a...
Yeah, I do foreshadow a motion, and it's based on my reasoning that it's one thing to say for a representative of the government to say something at a forum, but it's another thing to get a formal written response and a position of the government to inform us as to the best way forward. So I'm proposing that we do receive a report once that information is forthcoming, and that council then makes a decision as to which way they want to proceed. And in a better articulated way, I guess.
Well, Councillor Kirsten has put together something there. This is a foreshadowed motion.
Mm-hmm.
Just finalise that as we go. Councillor, do you have a question in regard to something different? Keeping in mind we've got a mover and a seconder for the initial motion. This is just a foreshadowed motion. I just want to get that up on the screen so that at least we know where we're heading if the first motion is... that's right.
Yeah, you don't need the comments. So, councillors, we've already sent the letter, as you're aware, and it was based on basically, we didn't mention that the TSBE, so the information within that letter will give us all, that we've requested, will give us all the information that you seek to be able to make that next decision. And you just need to put the words in response to a letter, in response at the end of it, in response to the letter. Do you know what date that was sent? Can you recall?
Give me 2 seconds if you may, Mr. CEO, I'll have a look.
And was I the signatory of that, or were you the signatory?
I believe you're the signatory, but I'll double check.
The letter dated whatever it was, provided by the Chief Executive Officer.
It was sent on the 27th of February, 2024.
Okay. All right. Now, Councillor Shine, you've moved your motion. Councillor Megan, you've seconded that. Is there a need to go into debate? There is a need to go into debate. Councillor Shine, would you like to speak first?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I will refrain from making any further address at this stage, but reserve my right to sum up at the end.
Next, Councillor Shine. Councillor Rebecca against.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I want to talk about the practical parts of this, first and foremost, which is we had Budget Review 2 last week, including that $50,000 allocation, so that's done. The second part is we have already lodged our submission to the state government in regards to the Moreton ROP. So rescinding this motion would actually then mean 2 other acts of council would also have to be wound back, which I think, just from a process perspective, is embarrassing for this council. But that's not what this is about, I don't believe. The motion about Emu Creek Dam, when it was discussed, and Linda was discussing this at the TSBE evening, you're right, Councillor Shine, after Councillor Summerfield pressed the acting DG, she articulated that she wasn't anti-dams and that the state government is not anti-dams. So that was very important information for this council. We are in a situation where we are connected to the southeast corner, and the southeast corner has a problem. They have population projections, and the reports are out there with Seqwater. The southeast corner has a problem. They have population projections that are not matched by their water supplies, and they are working out ways to fix that. And the things that are on the table at the moment are a desalination plant somewhere around Caloundra and turning on the Western Corridor Recycled Water Scheme. The politics of both of those decisions are going to be matters for the state government of the day. And an important development that Linda also spoke about was the very proactive work of the Western Downs Regional Council and the pre-feasibility study funding that has been approved by the state government for Nathan Dam. So we have the acting DG saying that this is a state government that is not anti-dams. That's been backed up by the pre-feasibility study for Nathan Dam. The motion that was approved by this council is to get information about the feasibility of Emu Creek Dam. And it is to plant a flag and send a clear message to the state government and to the federal government that this is a dam-friendly council and that we acknowledge we need more water. It may be the case that as this study unfolds, Emu Creek Dam is taken off the table. And I ask councillors to think that perhaps there might be a strategy here in sending a message to the state and the federal governments that Nathan Dam would benefit us, and please consider us as a voice that would also advocate for that other dam. The question about the Moreton ROP, that report, when that is finalised, that might be a highly contentious document. There may be suggestions about water buybacks, because again, it comes back to that problem that the southeast corner has. More people and population projections are demanding more water supplies. So dams are well and truly on the table. We have a site within our local government boundaries that is a potential option. Now, we have to be pragmatic when we're doing this job. Please keep it on the table. That body of work will unfold. It may stay on the table. We may get funding for that. At the very least, it is telling the state and the federal government we acknowledge and we are thinking ahead. We need more water. We are a dam-friendly council, and please loan our voices to the advocacy of other local governments in this space.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Speaker 4, Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mayor. As I said, I was away when this motion came in January, unfortunately. I think to say that we're a dam-friendly council, I think that's a very, people love dams. It's an easy thing. We've got this population coming. Let's build a dam. Whereas our own Water Visions document says dams are very low on the priority list, let alone all the allocation and all of that and how that works. We know they're off the table. Well, they're not off the table. They're kind of on the table, but not very much on the table. So they're right down. We know that already. We don't need to spend another $50,000 to find that out. That, to my mind, is a huge waste of money when the very first thing in our Water Visions document is replication of the Wivenhoe pipeline, and the next is investigate other sources of water, i.e. recycled water. So to me, it just seems incredible that we would be so reckless with council's money, particularly at the moment when our budget is so tight, that we would be sort of falling prey to this populist thing of building dams when we know that it's not feasible. We know that already, and we're sort of placating council by saying let's look at it. So I just can't support it because we've got all the information there in front of us. Even if things change a little bit, I think the allocation's been made abundantly clear. It's already it might change a little bit, but not enough to build another dam in the same catchment. So that's why I support Councillor Shine's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Megan, now we are in debate. Councillor Carroll, you had a question?
I have a question, thank you,
Your
Mr Mayor,
question.
and I've been here for a while, so I've got a bit mixed up. But around about the time we were investigating Wivenhoe, I do believe that Emu Creek had been looked at and discounted. Is that the case? And Nathan Dam is far more thought of, but my understanding, being sitting around this room, is that Emu Creek had been looked at and discounted.
Jake, are you in the capacity to answer that question?
Yeah, I believe there's been a few studies done. Councillor Shine made reference at the last one to one in, say, 2006, but we're aware of a study done in 1996 through the old EDROC, which is the Eastern Downs Regional Organisation of Councils, at that point in time, again, the challenges that were facing Emu Creek were greater than the rewards that were seen that could come from a dam to be constructed at that point in time.
I was round the table at EDROC, so I do remember both
You've
of those
got the
things.
question,
Thank you.
you've got the answer. We'll move back to debate, and we're up to against. There's someone against. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I note the proverbial "we know" has been used. We get that often. I think it's important to speak on our own behalf and not everybody's. In relation to Councillor Shine trying to rescind the Emu Creek motion, which was just in January, and I think generally procedure is you've got to wait a certain period of time before you can do anything with a resolution. However, protocol doesn't seem to be stepping in here. But Councillor Shine is going on commentary by the acting DG Dobie at a function, and she might well be against Emu Creek Dam, but the people who live in homes flooded by the Brown Snake, the Brisbane River, would have a different point of view because that water all comes from Wivenhoe, which is the catchment that Emu Creek is in, and it's already been worked out through previous studies just how little water would actually come out of that catchment to service Emu Creek Dam. The work has already begun on this. That's already been mentioned. A new government in October might have a totally different idea to acting DG Dobie, or she may not even be in that role at that time, and the Minister of the day might have a different point of view, and that's not far down the track. We need to get a response from the department before a decision can be made to override this current resolution, in my view. I think we're jumping the gun to try and do something without that relevant information. We look at the argument for it is that that $50,000 not be spent because we must save the money, but in a follow-up resolution moving forward after this one, let's spend 150 to 200,000 on another idea, simply because Councillor Shine wasn't happy with the outcome of the resolution in January. Didn't get the vote that he wanted, so he wants to change it and let's look down another avenue. Why didn't he bring that resolution back in January? I feel this is a bit of a political stunt, to be honest. Anyway, it'll be interjection there. It'll be...
So, excuse me, Councillor Nancy, I just wanted to pick up the point you made around repealing or amending a resolution. I'm just going through, just for everyone's purpose, I think this is useful. The information in regard to that is a resolution of the local government may not be amended or repealed unless notice of motion is given in accordance with the requirement of the legislation. There's nothing about timing
There's no
as to when that happened.
Okay.
And but the second part of this is important. Councillors present at the meeting at which a motion to repeal or amend a resolution is put may defer consideration of that motion. The deferral may not be longer than 3 months. That's the 20.1.
Okay. That might have been where the confusion
That
lay.
might have been the confusion, yeah. So
Thank you. Appreciate you clarifying that.
It's okay.
You know, I think about the 2020 decision of council about Emu Creek Dam, how that was lost, and yet here we are, you know, it's only 4 years later and we're dealing with it again. We just keep delaying what I believe is inevitable for this region. People are crying out for water security. They're all worried about it. Anyone you talk to, what's the issues at council? Water. It's one of the highest things that I hear personally as a concern by people, and that they want a new dam. And here is an opportunity for us to look at whether this one is feasible, and if it's not feasible, then a future council can make another decision about a different water source. But we need new water, and we're certainly going to just keep deferring it if we allow this rescinding of this motion today.
Councillor Nancy, speaker for the motion? So no other speakers for the motion. I'll refer to Councillor Shine to sum up.
Yeah, no, thanks, thanks, Chair. Just in relation to a couple of points made by Councillor Nancy, the decision made to which I'm referring should be rescinded was made in January. The TISBE meeting was the 1st of February, and that was the reason why I brought the motion, because of that new information or fresh information that came out. It wasn't a throwaway remark by a bureaucrat. It was the Acting Director General of the department in a prepared speech, which the relevant part of which I read out before. You know, it might be cautious of officers to think it's wise to get clarification of what I read out, but it's pretty clear to me. It's said, well, you know, the new government in October might change its mind about this. You know, that might occur, and it might be a case, if that were to be the case, that the matter could be re-brought up after that. 150,000 to 200,000, I'm not sure where that's come from. I haven't mentioned that in my motion, but nevertheless, it'd be interesting to find out how that's calculated. I brought it up primarily
Is
at
that
this
a question
stage.
to me?
No, it's not a question.
No, this is
making a
summary.
Oh, you'll have your chance.
Councillor Shine, continue on.
Yeah, thanks.
Sum up.
Thanks for your protection, Chair. This has gone on too long. The reason I brought this, the second motion up, now that you asked for it, was because of the urging or prodding by Councillor Von Hoff when she said, you've been here for 4 years now and you've done nothing about recycling. And that was the reason I brought it up. People might be crying out for new dams because they are also crying out for the amount of rates that we have to pay, let alone the amount of rates that we would have to pay for a new dam, bearing in mind we would probably have to bear the major cost of it, considering the fact that the state government, current state government, if not the future one, and if not, the federal government would not be too keen to finance the dam, based on the fact that the studies to date say that it's uneconomical and impractical. Why you think a new study would make any difference, I do not know. From my point of view, I appreciate that there is an understanding in the community that water security is important, and that raising the issue of Emu Creek is understandable. The timing of it, a month before the election, is also understandable as well. The Mayor at recent community forums, most recently at Yarraman, went to great pains to explain the dire challenge over our financial capacity to undertake programs over the next years to come, particularly because of the upgrade of Crestbrook. Yes, this is only $50,000 that we're talking about, but I believe we must practice what we preach. Sure, water is critical to Toowoomba, and that's why we have the Wivenhoe pipeline and our existing dams and bores. But to raise expectations on the eve of an election about the possibility of a new dam is not responsible given the circumstances. Yes, it does engender good press and TV, but what's popular is not always what is right. The leadership is required, especially where we are selling the necessity of fiscal responsibility. We've got to take our jobs seriously, especially those concerned with finance portfolio. And it's not just the waste of $50,000, it's the reputational damage done to our credibility. And it's important in our endeavours to gain government support, for example, for the Crestbrook upgrade, that we project an image of being sensible, realistic and responsible. If we put up a pie-in-the-sky project again, in my view, this will do nothing to enhance our credibility for anything that we might apply for the future. So I plead with my colleagues to consider this carefully in the light of the fact that we do need significant financial help from the state government in particular in the near future. Thank you.
Councillor Shine, a reminder that there is a foreshadowed motion as well, Councillor Carl. It's still on. So we have a motion before us, moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Megan. I won't proceed to reread it. The motion is there before you, and this is live stream, so it will come up on the screen. I understand it, Kirsten, and therefore that can be viewed as well. Those in favour of this motion? 1, 2, 3. Those against? Motion is lost. So, Councillor Carl, you have a foreshadowed motion. Did you like to put that motion?
Yeah, I submit that motion that Council receive a report on advice to be provided by Linda Dobie, Acting Director General, Department of Regional Development, Manufacturing and Water, in response to the letter dated 27th February 24, provided by the Chief Executive Officer.
Okay. You're comfortable with that motion as it sits? Did you want to talk to the motion at the point?
Briefly.
Sure.
As I said, councillors, I think it's vitally important we wait for a formal position of the state government. You can take two sides to this argument quite easily. One of them is around, well, what is the logic of moving water or investment in the same catchment, water catchment, to the degree of building a new dam and the cost associated, as has been highlighted. What is the cost of not being able, conversely, what is the cost of not being able to have a storage capacity in time of flood to harness that water? Mind you, the overarching factor is there's not a single drop of water that changes within the water cycle. It is constant. It's how we capture that. So that's conversely on the other side. The other thing that comes to mind with regard our water plan is moving water around the water network, and I'm not just referring to ours, I'm talking interregionally, moving water around that network and how efficiently we do that, and are there more gains in doing that more efficiently and more cost effectively. So with those things in mind, that's why I put this, because for me, that single formal position of the state government needs to inform us. So yes, it's only 50K, which sort of rolls off the tongue in the light of an overall budget, and I don't make light of that, but we do need to wait to inform our priorities according to our own water plan. Because if we don't wait for that information, it may set us on a trajectory that may vary for the wrong reasons off our water plan and vision for the future. And in saying that, I don't think there's any person around this table that disagrees that shoring up our water security is an extremely important issue. There's been a lot done, there's a lot we can do, but as far as affordability for our residents, I think we need to be careful that we're doing that in the most cost-efficient manner. So that's why I say we wait for this information.
Hey, Councillor Carr, look, I might go to see if I've got a seconder before I go to questions, if you don't mind. Is anyone willing to second the motion? Okay, we'll go to questions then. Councillor Megan, Councillor Nancy, Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. Just clarification, Jake, on how I don't understand, the sort of the procedure from here, I guess. To my mind, the original motion means we investigate it, no matter what Linda Dobie says. She might say yes, no, maybe. So, is it going to be any clearer when she comes back with, which will be much the same, well, it is allocated at the moment, but things could change, is probably what she's going to say. So then what happens?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I guess, as you rightly put, Councillor, it depends on what the Director-General says. What I'm seeing as far as this motion is to give Council a level of comfort that we don't proceed further with spending consultancy money until we have that information from the Acting Director-General. I wouldn't suppose what she might say, because she may have, and leave that to her to put to us in writing as to what her response is to our questions.
Effectively, it would be, according to Councillor Carles, that a report would come back with that information, and then it may be a subsequent council decision that comes from that. Councillor Nancy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm probably a similar line, really. The response is, what I'm thinking is that the response to your correspondence, wouldn't that form part of the investigation of Emu Creek Dam? Wouldn't that be part of the report that would come back to a future council, that this was the response received by the acting DG? That would form part of the report, wouldn't it?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, Councillor, that was our intent on asking that question. It depends again on what would come back from the DG. If the DG was to say in absoluteness that this would not be considered by the state, because the ultimate outcome of this investigation is a pre-feasibility report that would then prompt investment by the state or the federal government in a feasibility report vis-a-vis business case. So if the Director-General or Acting Director-General feels that under no circumstances would that be entertained, then it would be irresponsible for council officers to continue to spend money without bringing that information to the light of council.
Thank you. And so to that, I asked Councillor Carr, would he consider retracting his motion so that process can occur and just future council decide on it. There's no seconder at this stage.
No, that's it. I'm happy for Councillor Carl to talk to that. And I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, Jake, but I think both processes would achieve the same thing. This is just saying to the organisation that you'd come back to council with that before you continued any further. That's what you're suggesting, Councillor Carl, is that what?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm
Yeah.
proposing, and that may very well be a new council by the
That's
time
right.
we get a response.
If I may, Mr Mayor, I see my interpretation of this motion would be that it's a mandated stop by council before proceeding further, whereas the current motion would be up to officers' recommendations as to whether the response received from the Director General was sufficient enough to notify council, or if it was, sufficiently positive, then we would continue with the investigation.
That's
Oh.
correct, Councillor Bill?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Rebecca?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. To my mind, it's not so much the response from the acting DG that's the critical piece of information here, because I would imagine that her letter would be informed by the finalised Moreton ROP. Do we have any indication of when that Moreton ROP, which we submitted an application to, do we have any idea when that Moreton ROP is due to be finalised? And I ask because I think there's agreement here. If the Moreton ROP is finalised and there is no additional capacity, that gives us the information we need about Emu Creek Dam. But when will that ROP that's out for review at the moment, and we submitted an application to, when will that be finalised?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor, thank you for the question. It is my understanding that the resource operating plans do take extensive amounts of time. These are not simple documents, as already been alluded around the table. The department's initial indication to us was by the end of 2026, they would anticipate that they would have a somewhat finalised version of the Moreton Resource Plan, but that again would be subject to extensive either consultation or communication with very vocal stakeholders through the Moreton Plan, and how the state proposes to deal or address with some of the issues that have been raised by the many stakeholders that exist in that plan area. So what I, not to foreshadow the DG's response, but it is likely that she may elect, as Council has already indicated, to hold off on any response until such time as the resource plan is reviewed. Again, this motion in front of Council at the moment indicates to me that Council wishes to see that before we proceed any further, whereas if we were to see that on the original motion, we would still continue with the pre-feasibility study and provide a report back to Council once that pre-feasibility study is completed, which might indicate that until the Moreton ROP is finalised, it's difficult for us to proceed any further, or will be difficult for the state to proceed any further.
Thank you. And if I might, just a second one through you, Mayor. And Jake, if at any point, given that the end of 2026 is a ways off, there's a lot of moving parts in that at the political level, potentially the same government or a change of government, decisions about another desal or turning on the Western Corridor. There's so much in that. Is it the case, given the motion that Council agreed to in January, that if officers became aware of any particular information that they felt was a deal breaker for this council, and it would be unwise to spend any further of that 50,000, would you come back to councillors and inform us of that?
Yes, councillors, it's their responsibility as always. If we see something in the strategic space that means the motion that has been adopted by council is either no longer appropriate or viable, we would bring that back through either a CEO's confidential briefing or other means to notify council that what we had intended is, or the tables turned, or the tide has shifted, or any number of those analogies you want to use, that the strategic goal that council is requesting the officers to achieve does no longer appear to be achievable.
Yeah. So in that information gathering phase, you can come back to us and say, we've gathered more information as requested, and councillors may wish to consider this.
Absolutely, councillor, as we have done on many other occasions. We don't like to spend ratepayers' money frivolously. We do take great heed of making sure we try and achieve those outcomes, and if those outcomes become clear that they're not achievable, we will always come back to council with that information.
Councillor Carl, just as the mover, I wonder to capture that, whether we include that prior to council spending further resources, council receive a report. And then that would, I'll just let the councillor,
Yeah,
Bill.
that's fine, Chair.
just based on the question and answer that's occurred there. Councillor Carey, I've got a question or comment.
Just a question to Jake. First of all, reference has been made to our submission to the Moreton RAP. Just in very brief, concise, one sentence answer, can you tell us the effect of that, please? Or, you know, what the content of it was, what we were asking for.
Thank you, Councillor. In essence, we're asking to deal with some immediate issues that we are facing in relation to our resource plan. The resource plan itself didn't take, at the time it was originally written, didn't take into consideration, for instance, the Wivenhoe pipeline, and also alluding to some of the items that we've put in Water Vision around impending shortfalls and how the department wishes to deal with that. We were just flagging some of our ideas as well as modifications to some of our existing licensing arrangements in order to make operation of the Moreton Resource Plan a bit easier for council, and as I said, to deal with some more immediate allocation issues which councillors are aware of.
And in relation to what you now propose to do, if this motion is successful that's before us now, you will, I've just lost my train of thought there, sorry. No, I'll come back to it later if need be.
Councillor Carey, you're seconding the motion? Okay, we've got a mover and a seconder for the motion. Councillor Megan, sorry, did you have a question? Comment or something?
Yeah, I don't know whether you're going to be able to answer this for me, Jake, because how much of a window is there going to be before you as an officer will say, doesn't look good, but there's always a chance that we might be able to do it? You know, like, how are you going to make that call?
Thank you, Councillor. Based on this motion, it would be council's call. It wouldn't be the officer's call. But if I was to look at that call, it depends on, again, consultation with my portfolio leaders and chair, as we would do normally, as well as if it is contentious, potentially the mayor. And if it is remotely contentious, it would come back to council. As we know, this is a topical issue that council wishes to be well briefed and informed on. Unless it was all green lights, I'd be suggesting we bring something back to council for review.
Councillor Shine, you've got your train of thought?
Yeah, so most of it, I hope. It was been referred to today about previous investigations being undertaken, referred to at least two, one in 1996 and 2006. I take it in your examination of the then proposal, which will be put on a moratorium at the moment, but if it is to be resumed, is it your intention to look at the information gathered by those investigations as well as their findings at the time?
Yes, Councillor, that would be part of the report process, would be to look and try and understand to some extent why those decisions were made, historic decisions were made in relation to Emu Creek, and then to test or determine whether or not those circumstances still remain or there has been significant change.
Okay, we've got a mover and a seconder. We need to go into debate. No need to go into debate. Those in favour of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. Just make sure I'm adding up, okay? 5, 6. The motion's lost. We go back to the original. Well, we don't go back to anything, actually. That's it. End of the section. Original motion stands. Thanks, Jake. Thank you. Now, you don't go too far, because this next one might be something you might need to get your teeth into as well, so to speak. This is item 12.2. Councillor Shine, this is a notice, a matter which notice has been given. 12.2.
Thanks, Chair. Just get it up. Yeah. The motion is that relevant council officers carry out a review of the feasibility of the introduction of recycled water to Toowoomba's water supply for the provision of treated water for industrial, agricultural use and potable water for domestic supply. And the reasons being simply that Toowoomba, situated on a mountain range without a river, has a high degree of importance, the need to be aware of the most affordable and sustainable sources of water supply for the decades ahead, especially bearing in mind the significant increase in the city and region's future population.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Are you going to foreshadow a new an amendment? Well, let's just have a seconder. Councillor Megan is the seconder. So do you want to move an amendment of the motion? Well, you've got that opportunity now.
That we delete behind industrial agricultural use and delete and potable water for domestic supply.
Or after use.
Yeah,
So full
after
stop at
use.
use, and then and potable water for domestic supply gets deleted off.
Yes.
That's right. That's what you want to do. Okay, that's the amendment. Now, keeping in mind, all we're voting on now is the amendment. Do you want us to talk to that first, Councillor Carl?
Just very briefly, we all know, whether you've been sitting around this table or not, when the discussions took place, we all know that it's a sensitive issue for the community. And if we were to go down the road of potable water for domestic supply, I believe the community needs to be involved in that discussion, and the new council needs to make a decision on that. As far as our water cycle and easy, low-hanging fruit and the reuse of water for purposes, as stated, industrial, agricultural, in my view, that is low-hanging fruit and sensible reuse for water, and then it then informs our planning scheme and measures that we need to put in place for greenfield development and even some infill.
Okay, Councillor Carl. Just got a couple of questions. Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you, it's actually a point of order question to the CEO in regard to the proposed amendment by Councillor Shine, and whether or not the amendment is sufficiently in keeping with the initial motion for it to be an amendment, or require an entirely second motion.
I think that's a fair enough question. I think it's probably a major change to the intent of the proposed motion by the councillor. It might be better to leave that motion as it is and foreshadow an alternate motion that you would adopt after, I think, rather than go down that track.
That's right. I thought you were going to head down that path,
Yeah,
but anyway.
thanks, Councillor Rebecca, and thanks, CEO. I'm quite happy to foreshadow that new motion as I
Sure.
put there before.
Okay, now we'll go to questions. We're back to Councillor Shine's original motion. Councillor Tim, you had your hand up well and truly above schedule.
Thanks,
That was
Chair.
first
Look,
mentioned.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but in the last motion I raised this, and I must raise it again with significantly more strength, that this is, I don't know how it's not a major policy decision, Councillor Shine's motion, that would have a change to every single resident of this region. It comes with 20 years of history, and 11 days before an election we're asked to vote on a motion regardless of what I think of the motion. It is under caretaker period protocol, a major policy decision not approved by the minister. My opinion, and I'm going to say again, just to make it clear, without giving me my opinions on the motion, I believe that if this motion were put, this chamber would be led into error by not following a caretaker period protocol. Can I, and I raised it with the last one, but I believe it's a lay down open misere on this motion. Can I ask, through you, Chair, to the CEO, how is this not a major policy decision without approval from the minister in caretaker period?
Thanks, Councillor Tim. The CEO is just getting some information here.
Councillors, I just haven't got it to hand, but a major policy decision is a definition in relation to the amount of expenditure that you've got, or some other decisions in relation to appointment of CEOs and a few things that are actually defined within the Act. This particular resolution is in relation to carrying out a review of the feasibility of something. And the question then is that going to cost more than that percentage in our budget, which is unlikely that it probably will. So it doesn't tick over there. The other question is it binding in relation to future council's ability to change that decision? In other words, are we actually entering into a contract that's locking us into that, or can a new council or ensuing council make up their mind at some other point to change that decision, which I think they could do under these circumstances? But if you like, I'll see if I can get a copy of the major policy decisions, that are defined in the Act. I'll see if I can access that for you so you can rest easier on what that actual definition is.
Okay. In the meantime, we have got some other questions. Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Shine. Councillor, what is it in particular that you seek to learn about recycled water for all of those uses that isn't contained in the Water Vision document?
From my point of view, the discussion about recycled water, particularly for potable water for domestic supply, has not been on the table, a matter of discussion, for the best part of a generation. And I think the world has moved on. Different other countries have adopted use of that type of water for drinking water over that period of time. And it's high time that, bearing in mind our geographical situation, our lack of a river, and our need for continued need in the future, particularly for guaranteed water supply, that it's appropriate time to review the pros and cons, the feasibility of recycled water, along as we talked about in the previous motion, the discussion about other sources of water supply. So nothing in specific in answer to your question, other than to examine and bring up to date whatever current information there is, both in favour of or against the introduction of recycled water, and particularly in relation to the cost of its implementation compared with, for example, the cost of building dams.
Councillor Rebecca.
Can I just get clarity on that, please, Mayor, through you? I understand your position on this, Councillor, but this is a 170-page document in the Water Vision, and there's much detail about feasibility of recycled water in here. And so the specific question, not your position on recycled water, was what has not been considered in the Water Vision document that you would like to see addressed with this feasibility study that you're proposing?
Well, sorry, I thought I had answered that. What I was keen to find out about is what has changed in the world with respect to the consumption of potable water for domestic supply. And Water Vision certainly didn't go into great detail in relation to that aspect of it.
Okay. Councillor, is there any other questions in regard to this item? We do have a mover and a seconder. First moved by Councillor Shine and seconded by Councillor Megan. Councillor Bill, you got a question or comment?
Just, I'm considering withdrawing my foreshadowed motion, given the information provided by Councillor Rebecca on the Water Vision report and the detail that is already entailed around the use of recycled water as part of our Water Vision water plan.
So you're removing your foreshadowed motion?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
that's fine. No problem. We know where we are. Any questions, councillors, in regard to the motion? Just noting that the motion stands as what was provided before, that relevant council officers carry out a review of the feasibility of the introduction of recycled water to Toowoomba's water supply for the provision of treated water for industrial, agricultural use and potable water for domestic supply. Councillor Edwina, question?
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Just being new to the table, have we as a council ever, apart from 20 years ago, have we done a recent feasibility study into this? No. Okay, thank you.
We might just get Jake as a subject matter expert, or Toby, to comment on this, where it sits in the 20 as a refresher. Perhaps might be useful for Councillor Edwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Water Vision does look at some of the, again, visionary statements around recycled water scheme for Toowoomba, noting that there are some challenges that were experienced the last time this was looked at in detail. In answer directly to your question, there isn't a lower level study that identifies, for example, what infrastructure would go where, how would a recycled water system seek to operate. There's been some work done by the state as part of the Regional Water Alliance assessment that identifies and costs up a preliminary option that is looking at recycled water for new industrial use, not existing industrial use, at new industrial use, and that was estimated at about $135 million. And the regional preliminary review from the Regional Water Assessment is that be tabled to Council for further consideration. But in strictest response to your question, we have not dusted off the water recycling solution that was put forward to this community some 20 years ago, circa 20 years ago, and had a look at latest technologies, looked at where things might go, what would be our solution should Council wish to head in that strategic direction.
So currently we've got a vision, but no detailed plan in place.
We've got a vision that says at some point in the future, as our population grows, as there is a greater need for water, that there are decision points at which we need to either elect to duplicate the Wivenhoe pipeline, seriously consider recycled water, or seriously consider alternate supplies. So that's what Water Vision outlines, and it outlines indicative timing, albeit based on previous growth projections prior to the adoption of the SEQ plan. So it does indicate the timings in big numbers, but as James Moffat, the consultant from Engeni, when presenting Water Vision to councillors, suggested that 50% of what's in Water Vision is not likely to be incredibly accurate. He's just not sure on which 50% is going to be 100% accurate. It's a visionary document out to 2071. It helps set the guidelines in the far distance, so that the department is heading and council is aware of the long direction that the department is heading in, and gives us opportunity to plan. One of the biggest issues and risks we face, as we've seen in recent times, is being able to plan for big expenditure in water infrastructure. Water infrastructure is not cheap and does take significant amounts of time for us to develop appropriately before we make a final decision. So it gives us that indicative window so that we're not 2 years out from a major expenditure and suddenly finding that we need to upgrade our water treatment plant or do a dam safety upgrade, that there's enough time to plan, seek assistance from the state, or go through those processes that are appropriate for the investment in that infrastructure.
Just just for councillors' knowledge, the timeframe from the 2071 report for recycled water use for industrial purposes, can you just remind us what year that's forecast at the moment? Just, this might be useful for the councillor as well, I think. Thanks, Jay.
So, Mr Mayor, we have looked in Water Vision as part of the alternate supplies of portfolios for potable consumption. Industrial consumption is a different conversation altogether and can be looked at any time. The regional water assessment looks at beyond 2035 to be a consideration, and a lot of that is around our existing entitlements with existing users. So we're aware of New Auckland Coal's utilisation of recycled water from Watella. That does take up a significant amount of the water that is available. So from industrial purposes, it's around that 2035 window. But for at Water Vision at the moment, we're looking at 2049 for consideration under Portfolio 2 for introduction of purified recycled water into Kubi Dam. So that's the non-direct or indirect indirect potable reuse. As it currently stands, the legislation prevents us from doing direct potable reuse, so we need to store recycled water in a body of water, a dam, before it can then be treated back at our water treatment plant. So we'd be essentially treating the water at Watella, pumping it to Kubi, then retreating, pumping it back to Kynoch for then treatment again. If we were to look at the scheme at a very simple level, there would be a little bit of work needed to be done to firm that up, but essentially that's what's proposed for consideration. As I said, if council wishes to go with Portfolio 2, there are two other portfolios which council may wish to choose, which will again go part of the way to solving the issue around enough water for this region at that particular point in time.
Is that useful information, Edwina? Good on you. Councillor Nancy and Councillor Megan.
Oh, thanks. I really just wanted to make sure there was clarification about all the work that has been done, in particular the Kubi project. I think it's important that people are aware that there has been a lot of work already done in this space. Thank you.
Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to get your clarification on this, Jake, in terms of why would we do something in isolation? Like, why would we be either looking at the dam or either looking at recycled water? Why isn't it part of the same conversation? It is part of the same conversation, but, you know, we're sort of...
We'll let Jake answer the question. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. We have the common base case portfolio scenarios which look at, well, this is what we're going to be doing in the next 10 years, irrespective of where council wants to head. But what we find is that doing certain things at certain times means that certain amounts of water become available. So if we're going to spend significant sums of money duplicating the Wivenhoe Pipeline project, for instance, we wouldn't then necessitate another great expenditure to do recycled water as well, because we've bought enough water into the system to deal with the issue at that point in time. It's not to say that after we look at duplication of the Wivenhoe Pipeline project, that that might buy us 15 or 20 years of water security. As we approach that again, we then may relook at recycled water for reuse. It's about once you find a solution to the water security issue, as in there's enough water for the community over that period of time, there's no real need to go and find additional water, because the community's invested significant sums, as I said earlier, in the delivery of that infrastructure, which provides for growth and capacity in our network for a period of time. So it's not in isolation. That's why we've done portfolios. It allows council to make informed decisions as and when needed, and a lot of those decisions won't just necessarily be made on the basis of available water. We also, as been talked around this chamber quite frequently today, need to consider the financial capacity of council to deliver that infrastructure at that point in time, or in fact if there are subsidies or availability for the state government to introduce or to be investing in regional-wide water infrastructure of which council can have access to. So, for instance, Nathan Dam is an example of that, where there could be capacity for Toowoomba Regional Council. It may not be at a lower cost compared to duplication of the Wivenhoe pipeline, but that is to be considered at a point in time when that decision needs to be made.
Follow-up question?
Well,
Councillor
yes,
Megan?
just so that I've got it clear in my mind, and I did ask you this during the last item. In terms of our Water Vision's priorities, it's duplication of the Wivenhoe pipeline, recycled water, dams. Why are we, skipping things over to and not following our own policy document?
So we are following our own policy document because our policy document says that there's a number of different options to solve problems as and when they occur. The reason we move, and it's quite a fluid, and I use that term very loosely, a fluid environment, is because we have such factors like growth that play a significant contribution. We have factors such as economics that drive some of these decisions. We have factors such as whether the state or federal government at any particular point in time makes its own policy decision about investment in infrastructure. And so all of those factors need to be considered and generally are point in time discussions, because as have been around this table already, the point in time does change, policy decisions change, growth changes, communities' perception changes, all of these things change. So what we've tried to do in Water Vision is make sure that we've got everything on the table, including I say it not out of jest, but including relocation of ice and icebergs. We considered everything just so that at the visionary level, if circumstances become appropriate, we have a document that says these are when these things need to be considered. Because we can't, as we learned from the recycled water debate, asking our community to make a decision in a very short time frame is not appropriate. We need to bring our community along on the journey. We need to make sure that there's information that's understood and we're not pressuring people to make or feel like they're being pressured to make big decisions, in particular in relation to a product that they use every day and consume every day. There are some discrete sensitivities around that need to be considered, which is why the vision document gives council flexibility to understand and to adopt direction as and when required.
Okay. Now, Brian, we'll slip back to Tim, your question in regard to the list of items that the CEO has sourced. Thanks, Brian.
Councillors, I'll just quickly read this. Major policy decisions for a local government. This in relation to the Local Government Act. This is in the definitions. So it means a decision about the appointment of the CEO of the local government or the remuneration of the CEO of the local government, or to terminate the employment of the CEO of the local government, or to enter into a contract, the total value of which is more than the greater of the following: $200,000, or 1% of the local government's net rate and utility charges or houses way in excess of $200,000. Relating to making or preparing an arrangement, list, plan or register in the way provided under regulation made under this Act that can be used to establish an exception to obtaining quotes or tenders when entering into a contract, or to make or amend or repeal a local law, or to make, amend or repeal a local planning instrument under the Planning Act. And under the Planning Act, there's a few other things that you can't do there. So by definition, considering these matters they are not major policy decisions.
Thanks, Brian. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A question to Jake, if I might. It is true, isn't it, that some recycled water is released into the Wivenhoe system?
Not at this stage, Councillor. There is the Western Corridor Pipeline project that was operational very briefly, but currently the state is not putting recycled water into Wivenhoe Dam.
But it has been in the past.
No, I don't think at any point in time that we got to a point, I believe, where we were about to commission the Western Corridor Pipeline project and it was turned off. So that's my, but I'm happy to take that question on notice and come back and
Could
provide
I
council
have that
with
taken on notice, please? Thank you.
We'll provide a response, Jake, if you don't mind, just to all councillors in regard to that. Well, councillors, we're at a point. Are there any more questions? Councillor Carl, just reiterating, you have removed your foreshadowed motion, so we have one motion on Councillor Bill.
Is it possible just to give a brief explanation why I did?
Yeah, that's fine.
And based on the inputs from Jake and highlighting the water plan, I think it stands to reason to do a feasibility study out of sequence from all of those inputs in a staged manner is not very beneficial. We'll end up doing another feasibility.
Probably into debate for this one now, so we get why you've removed the other one though. So we've got a motion, we're going to move her, Councillor Kerry, Councillor Megan has seconded that. Does it need to go into debate? Does it need to go into debate? Or was that a question? You want to go into debate? Okay, Councillor Kerry.
No, thanks, Chair. I'll just rely on the motion and the reason given.
Thanks. Speaker against, Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. The motion that is before us is just a duplication of what has already been done. As I said, there's 170 pages in this Water Vision document, and I've got 2 pages in front of me that I just want to read out some of the detail to demonstrate the level of feasibility that has already been considered at significant cost by this council. The detail in this Water Vision document, as Jake has mentioned, it goes into significant detail in portfolios. It talks about the Queensland Public Health Regulation Act. It talks about yield. It talks about direct potable reuse, indirect potable reuse via dam replenishment, potable demand offsets. It talks about examples of water reuse programs around the world: Israel, Namibia, California, the EU, Singapore, Berlin. Bless you. It talks about the third pipe scheme, and to Councillor Carl's motion, it also talks about industrial demand substitution, to the point that actual suburbs are specified here for the industrial use: Toowoomba Trade Gateway, Torrington, Harristown, Toowoomba City North. It goes into such, I mean, this is throughout the entire document. We also have the regional water assessment, which, as has been mentioned, talks in detail about using recycled water for industry. That is a purple pipe scheme. The second consideration for that is the cost of it, and that will come to council for us to consider. I understand, councillor, that you wanted to do something about recycled water, as is your right, but it's not this, because what's before us today is a duplication of this document that's in my hand.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Speaker for the motion, Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I can't see why, when we have a Water Visions document, which I wish I'd brought along too, that when we talk about sequencing of things, we already know the sequence. We know, as I said before, it's the replication of the Wivenhoe pipeline, it's investigate recycled water or investigate other sources, and then right down somewhere at the back of that is about dams, right down at the bottom of the list. And yet the motion before that Councillor Shine brought up has been lost, and now when this is kind of our next step on the ladder, that we're not able to see what where we are in that sequencing of things. That, to my mind, is what Councillor Shine wants to do here, and find out, does it need to be accelerated because of our growth patterns and all of that. So, you know, it just doesn't seem. I don't know when the Water Visions was adopted. Can you remind me, Jake? In this term of council, I don't sort of remember hearing too much about. Have you got it there, Jake?
Yeah, the Water Vision document was adopted on council at a regular meeting on the 14th of June 2023.
Okay. Yes, well, I don't remember hearing an update about the recycled water and where that sits on our priority list. I'm probably incorrect, but thank you.
Councillors, a speaker against. Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Chair. I speak against this motion, not because I disagree with the opportunity to look at this as a water source in the future, but I speak against it, and that's the reason why I removed my foreshadowed motion. We have quite a detailed report here, and a strategic report here that gives us a staged approach, and that's based on a prioritised manner in which we look at these water sources, reuse being one of those. And that's based on the inputs at the time, as the officers articulated well, and it's based on the current users, like Ackland, out to a period of time, and then we look at things such as recycled water for broader industrial use. So I'm quite comfortable that the document covers off in an appropriate manner, in a prioritised manner, and to do a feasibility study out of sequence is like jumping the queue. And by the time it comes around at a staged approach according to the water plan, we'll most likely have to do another feasibility study because we've jumped the queue and done it out of sequence. So that's not to say that anything's set in concrete. And I'm sure, as the officers have already indicated on the previous item, that they will continue to update us on variables. And there will always be variables when we're looking forward to the future. So I'm quite comfortable that there's been a degree of rigour and research put into this document, and we steady the ship and go as planned.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. Just probably to highlight the recommendation or the council motion, there was a third element to that motion. Jake, could you might read that out for us?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So as part of the motion that was passed when Water Vision was adopted in the Water and Waste Committee, there were three recommendations. The first was that council endorses the plan. The second was that the strategy be used as a basis for future planning. And the third recommendation was adopted that Water Vision 27D1 be reviewed and updated on a regular basis, nominally every 4 years, to facilitate changes in growth patterns, infrastructure and new technology. At the time, we made a promise to council that we would do that update generally in the mid-cycle term of the council election, so that we would have enough opportunities to review updates to growth patterns and give council an indication on where the vision has changed. So nominally, next Water Vision will be reviewed in 2026 and go through till 2076 is the next nominal period for Water Vision.
Thanks, Jake. Just, you mentioned there in your commentary, Councillor Carl, I just want to get that confirmed, which that has been. A speaker for the motion? So no speaker for the motion. Councillor Kerry, you're happy to sum up?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just very briefly, bearing in mind the mood of the meeting. We talk about jumping the queue for investigation of this, but that same argument, of course, wasn't used in the previous motion about Emu Creek. Apparently it's okay to jump the queue there, but not in relation to recycled water. And so I think the genuineness of the arguments put up is flawed in relation to that statement. I think it's the feedback I get from members of the community, not always everyone, is that things have changed in the last 20 years in relation to attitudes towards recycled water. Climate change, those who accept that it occurs, and some no doubt who don't, is part of the reason for that change of thinking. But particularly in relation to Toowoomba, the fact that we're nearly out of water. When I was in Parliament, in fact briefly as Water Minister, and the origins of the pipeline from Wivenhoe can be traced to them. Very, very conscious of our need, our security need for water, and to look at all possible alternatives. Notwithstanding that the remarks made about Water Vision containing reference to recycled water, and specifically reference to potable drinking water, it hasn't seriously been considered by the council in the last 4 years that I can recall at all. And I think that's probably what Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan was referring to. It was certainly not front of mind, and it was certainly not a matter of discussion in the community. But what is a matter of discussion in the community is the fact that we have matured as a community to have an open mind about the advisability, the safety and the affordability of the introduction of recycled water. Opposing this sort of motion today will again send a message that nothing has changed in our thinking as a council from 20 years ago. And I think that will disappoint more people in our community than some councillors may consider.
Thanks, Councillor Shines. So the councillors, the motion there before us is that relevant council officers carry out a review of the feasibility of the introduction of recycled water to Toowoomba's water supply for the provision of treated water for industrial, agricultural use and potable water for domestic supply. I have an indication for those who are in favour of that motion. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in favour of the motion. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. 7. 7, 4. There's the final vote. That motion is lost. And given Jake's, thank you, Jake, for being so willing to be up here and answer some questions as we work through that as well. And Toby, thank you as well. Appreciate it. The councillors, I propose, well, item number 13 we'll cover off on first. Any other business council determines by resolution? Councillor Tim.
Chair, thank you, colleagues. I would actually seek your indulgence to bring a motion that has not been given pre-notice concerning council's animal management and the use of after-hours drop boxes. Now, I have been working on this motion for a couple of months. My reading of caretaker policy protocol was that it would be inappropriate to bring this motion, and certainly some advice that I've received indicates it would be. I actually think that the CEO's comments on other matters today inform me, and I have enough in my mind that it wouldn't be inappropriate to bring this motion. So I'd actually ask for your blessing to bring this motion because of the new evidence that I've received from the CEO today concerning council's animal management processes and drop-off boxes.
So the first part is to allow this motion to come forward. So you move that would come forward. Councillor, do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Carroll. Okay, those in favour? A question?
I just want to understand a little bit more about the motion
Before you have the opportunity to bring it forward on the table?
Yeah. Oh, no, I guess. Yep.
There'll be plenty of opportunity to ask questions.
Right.
Question?
Thank you, Matt. Is the General Manager of ECS available? Should this be brought before us? Is the General Manager of ECS available to speak to us?
I haven't informed him, Councillor Rebecca, but it's not the kind that would require us to make a decision about. It's just my motion is that a report come at a future time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, Councillor Nancy, you had a question on that process?
So I've always been of the impression that the reason why we consider yes or no is based on the urgency of it. Otherwise, it could go to the next council meeting. It's always been my understanding of our consideration for that. So I'm asking Councillor Tim, what is the urgency for this coming today rather than waiting to the next council meeting? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. My opinion of it, that it wasn't appropriate during caretaker protocol, and the advice that I've received from the CEO today is that it would be. So it's a motion that's been very much in the community interest for a couple of months now, and I thought I was following the rules, but I'm happy to look at that today. That's my reason.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Anyone's entitled to bring something forward at any stage. Councillor James, you had a question, did you, on the same matter?
Yeah, well, it probably is a question, I suppose, the similar sort of thing we've been trying to consider where we put this, and it's not necessarily whether for or against the actual motion, it's more so the general manager, from memory, at the last group basically gave us an assurance that they're doing a review of the whole situation. So this is already happening. So, you know what I mean? I think probably seeking some clarity around if, you know, is probably wise.
Councillor Tim, did you want to, I'm happy for us to break, if you want to break, and we ask the General Manager if he can come forward to give clarity and surety that it actually is part of the review that's underway is in fact that. Are you comfortable with that?
If you want to, thank you, Councillor James, I'm aware that we have discussed this for a number of months. I suppose, well, I'm asking for a report at a future time that it goes a little further than that. That's what I'm asking for.
So the report may be exactly what's being underway, so that's happy for, or making sure perhaps that drop boxes are included in that report.
Correct.
Might be your motion. Yeah, okay, just to
so
help get to a point where we say, yes, bring it to the table. So if you're comfortable with those sorts of words.
I don't think we need to have a recess though, Chair, unless you want to stop.
Oh, well, that's what if the motion is around making sure that this is included in that when it comes back, then I think it'd cover off on it. So can I have we've got a mover, we've got a seconder to bring it to the table. Those in favour to bring it to the table? Hang on a minute, I've got to count these. We've got 3 against, so 8-3. All right, Councillor McMahon. Now you may have to rethink your motion slightly with us, right?
Yeah, thanks. No, I have sent this to Kirsten from Council Business not very long ago, and I'm happy to do any changes that need. As it stands, my motion is that Council consider a report into its animal management processes. I might change concerning to including the use of after-hours drop boxes in line with benchmarking of other councils, and that we receive this report at a future Environment and Community Services Committee meeting.
That's, sorry? Yeah, no, that including I think is a good one because it's on track. Are you happy to second that motion, Councillor Carroll? Questions? Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you to the mover, Councillor McMahon. Councillor, my recollection was the same as Councillor O'Shea's, that the General Manager of ECS at the ordinary meeting, I think it was last month, there was a conversation about this, and was it formalised that there would be a report coming to Council, or how is this an extension, or how does this relate to what the General Manager spoke about at the time?
Thank you, Councillor Vonhoff. Welcome the question. I have been in a very lot of contact with the General Manager over those changes last week. Look, basically our community has been asking for a number of changes concerning animal management practices and policies within Council. Some of those are operational and I would say were low-hanging fruit and have been ticked off. But we also had a commitment from the General Manager that a report would come. I suppose this is my way of including in that report whether we're talking about, and so that the community is aware and we're transparent that this is exactly what the report will contain, use of benchmark with other councils, after hours drop boxes, because my feedback is that the information given at the last general meeting, the community is not clear enough if we're actually talking about animal management or if after hours drop boxes are specifically in that report. So that's the answer to your question, Councillor Vonhoff, and so that the community is aware this is not a decision. This is the next stage that we bring a report talking about how our animal management is going and that's included in it.
Does that answer your question, Councillor? Any other questions, councillors? If there's no other questions, the motion is there before you. We've got a mover and a seconder. Councillor Tim and Councillor Carroll Taylor have seconded that motion. Does there need to go into debate? If there's no need to go into debate, the motion there before you is that Council 1 consider a report into its animal management practices, including the use of after-hours drop boxes in line with benchmarking of other councils, and 2, receive this report at a future Environment and Community Services Committee meeting. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. What a great way to finish and adjourn for, let's adjourn for 45 minutes. Move 45 minutes enough, councillors? Are you comfortable with 45 minutes? Okay, we'll adjourn until 1:15. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That's unanimous as well. We're on a roll. Thank you. And we move to item number 15, item 14, which is the closing of the meeting to the public. And the reason for closing the meeting to the public is that the report relates to current appeals to the Planning and Environment Court and current compensation claims, and therefore is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government of Local Government Regulation 2012. Now, we do have some declarations as well here that were made earlier.
Chair,
Councillor Nancy.
if I could, 15.1 also includes there is another report, I think that's there's also the council resolution report, which isn't itemised, it's in under
It's in 15.2 for confidential, the Chief Executive's
yes,
monthly report.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm just dealing with
that's separate?
15.1. at
Separate,
this stage.
sorry, thank you.
No, that's okay. Thanks for clarification. So we do have conflicts of interest for this particular one, including, and we're leaving the room, Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Nancy, Councillor James and myself are leaving the room. So Councillor Megan, if you'd like to take over the chair of this item, and then we get to 15.2, of which we can come back. And it's simply that the council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice. Someone move that motion. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Megan. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you. We move then to item 16, councillors, which is the group reports, and 16.1 is our first, which is the planning and development. And welcome again, Dr. Nicola.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm pleased to present the group report, which is your final group report from Planning and Development before the election. I'll take most of the areas as read, but I would like to draw your attention to a particular initiative that has been done by Sarah Laverty and Dane Herman, and that is the Private Certification Application Optimisation Project. Now, councils are required to hold all of the materials and all of the applications for private certifiers across the building environment. It did create quite a lot of work for council. So each lodgement would take more than 40 minutes, and we were doing several hundred a year. At some cases, the backlog was so great that staff would have to work weekends to get through the work. And that has gone on for some years. I'm really pleased to let you know today that Sarah and Dane have undertaken this amazing body of work. It's now all electronic. It takes the team about 10 minutes to do an application instead of the usual 40 plus. And also for our private certifiers, there were concerns around things like scams, because our team would have to call and ask for their credit card details over the phone. And we're very pleased that they're able to do that fully online. This project went live last week. We've had input from private certifiers across the region, and we're really pleased because part of the stakeholder engagement is they got to meet with the team and actually talk about the improvements that they wanted to see as well. So just a huge thanks to Sarah, who has joined us today, and also to Dane, who assisted.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Dane. And congratulations. Thank you for your fine work as well. Brilliant. Well done. Yeah, round of applause. Eddie, thanks. Good on you. Anything else, Dr. Nicole?
No, I'm happy to open up to any questions you may have.
Okay, we'll open up the floor to questions. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Nicola. You will probably have to take this on notice, and excuse me, my apologies for not getting it to you sooner. But Thursday, Councillor Carroll and I went on a ISG tour with GM Mike, just to have a look at projects around the region. And we went along Gents Road, and which is just south of Pittsworth, or near Pittsworth there. That's part of a DA, that area. And as part of that, the road was to be widened from the quarry to the highway. And my understanding is possibly an upgrade of the intersection at the Gore Highway. This hasn't happened as yet. I'm just wondering, what are the triggers to have this work completed? Because the residents, I'm just asking on behalf of the residents, can we have an update on where that work is at, please? And the school bus. Thank you, Councillor Carroll, because there's a school bus that travels along there as well. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So with development applications, if they have been conditioned to meet certain conditions and they're not, we take that as a compliance matter. Our team, if it's still in the development stage, our team will often follow up and contact the developer and discuss the requirements that we need to have met. As well, if the development's concluded, we're working with compliance, which falls into Nick's area. But I'd be very happy if you email me those details, and I'll take it up with our team.
That'd be great. Thank you. That was my question. I didn't know what the triggers were, so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa.
Thank you. And for anyone, if there's development underway and there's any concerns by residents about the impacts to them, they're welcome to email us. So anyone in planning and development or our generic email address, or they can contact customer service and they'll be put through to one of our technical support officers.
Thanks very much, Dr. Nicole. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Nicola. The economic development, I see in there that you're developing a new economic strategy, and so this is really a comment rather than a question. I still don't understand why council is doing its own economic strategy when we pay an absolute fortune and to outsource it. It was a purposeful decision by council to outsource its economic development because it felt that it could actually get better bang for its buck to do that, and better outcomes, and yet we're now creating a new little economic development team within council, and it really worries me, particularly when there is such a shortage of funds. We keep talking about it. Every single thing we do, we talk about how little money we've got, and yet we're developing this team. And so I'm hoping that the new council questions this and makes moves to change it. Thank you.
You have to speak to that, thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nancy, you're referring to the arrangements with TSB?
I'm referring to under economic development on page 194 on board books, where you've got the development of a new economic strategy. And I'm referring to the fact that council owns TSB and funds it every year to a significant amount of money, and where it's a duplication in my view.
Thank you, Councillor Nancy. I think for TSB, so TSB is council owned. However, it's an independent, well, largely independent, private member-based organisation. So they take fees from 550 members across 3 different council areas. My understanding is writing our economic development strategy is not in their KPIs, and council saw those funding agreements before they were provided to TSB. So certainly this body of work is not within the KPIs for TSB.
Thank you, Dr. Nicola. Any other questions, councillors, for the GM Planning and Development? If not, we will then go to the motion that is before us, which is quite a simple one, that the Planning and Development Group report. Councillor Tim. Oh, yeah, that's correct. Councillor Megan, would you like to make any comment?
Oh, yes, please.
Prior to we move to the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I welcome the opportunity to be able to say farewell, and a huge thank you to the Planning and Development Group, who have treated me so well over the last 4 years, and Portfolio Lead Councillor Carl, who's not here. I was afraid when I had to go into the Planning and Development portfolio, because I thought that I would get eaten alive. But to the former GM's credit, Stuart Summers, who I loved and worked really well with, then Dr. Nicola, you came on board, and I think you can see from the reaction from the development industry, the relationship has never been better. And there's a really positive working relationship with those groups and the developers in town, and you have had a very customer experience philosophy about dealing with people, and I've really appreciated that. And to all the team and all the staff at TRC, thank you so much. You're brilliant. You're, I reckon, probably the smartest, most dedicated people that I've ever worked with anywhere in my life, and I have had lots and lots of fun. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Megan. Councillor Bill, did you want to make any commentary at group report level? We're providing councillors, both the chair and portfolio lead, if they'd like to say anything just to close out the year. That's fine. So we've got a motion before us, councillors, that the Planning and Development Group report be received. Quite a simple motion. Councillor Megan, happy to move. Seconder for the motion, Councillor Edwina. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Nicola. And thank you again, Dane and Sarah. Very much indeed. Well done. We move then to item 16.2, which is the Water and Waste Services Group. And welcome back, Acting GM Jake. Welcome back to you, Jake.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Not to stand too much on tradition, but I'd like to take the report, group report as read for March, and open the floor to any questions.
Thank you, Jake. Any questions, councillors, in regard to the report? Councillor Megan?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Jake, you know the graph here on 204 of 223, I don't know what It is, and it's probably going to be obvious when you tell me, but what's the difference between those two graphs of percentage of total waste diverted from landfill? What's the difference between, excluding received curbside waste, or curbside collection? Okay, don't worry. Just answer my own
I'll
question.
take that as a comment, if I may,
That's
Mr.
right.
Chair.
It's an interesting one.
I
You-
was looking at it
you-
and looking at it, and I just couldn't work
It's
it out.
interesting you raise that, Councillor Megan, because it's, the top one shows the gap between, the target of 45% where we are, yet at the actual sites itself, at the waste facilities, it's actually doing really well. So I think you mentioned about education pieces and what have you, Jake, which we've spoken about here before as well.
I think if I want to make a comment on that, Mr. Chair, I think what it tends to suggest is that our waste operations team's working very well to make sure that we're separating waste that is deposited at our landfill sites, where perhaps, as the Mayor's alluded to, we are working on educating the community, but perhaps as always there's a little bit more work to be done around what people put in their bins and attempting to divert waste volumes away from the curbside collection into those recycling activities.
Thanks, Jake. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jake. Just looking at update on our major projects and page 199, just thought, could you just give us a quick update on the Crestbrook Dam upgrade, considering it's such a big spend for our council and community, and are we on track?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. As everybody is aware and the community is aware, this project is a considerably large project compared to anything Council's ever done before. We're working quite successfully with the Alliance at this stage, having many conversations. We're moving, we're hastening slowly at this stage. So the design was submitted by the Alliance at 50% for review by Council. So internal, what happens now is internal council engineers as well as our owner's engineer, separate consultancies, will then review that work along with the TRP, the Technical Review Panel, and then provide commentary back to the Alliance. We're also working through placing insurance, which is a very complex matter, as councillors would imagine, with a project of this nature, ensuring that council's existing asset insurance policies as well as Alliance Place insurance policies work concurrently with one another to ensure that we don't end up with gaps in insurance. That work has progressed with great assistance from the Manager of Governance and Legal Services to try and make sure that that's occurred. And as recent as last night, our public liability insurance for the Alliance is being sourced to be placed out of London. So we're moving very as quickly as we can, but also cognizant of the great responsibility that's felt by the project team, by the Alliance, to ensure that we deliver the right solution for the community. We had a presentation at the Engineers Breakfast last Friday by Louisa Van Vuren, who is the Alliance design manager, and she presented well on how the ALARP position is being sourced by council, which is that as low as reasonably practical requirement, which comes from the dam regulation. So things are moving. To say that we are on track, we are behind schedule, purely a lot of that has been due to the availability of key resources. South East Queensland is going through a boom at the moment, trying to find designers and constructors who can move in onto both the Seymour White and SMEC team has been somewhat challenging. We've been managing that through part-time resources from the project team, but we're moving more to permanent full-time resources. We're also attempting to establish a bit of a base at Crow's Nest, so that you'll see some more activities apart from the occasional meeting which is occurring at the moment. The Alliance Leadership Team meetings every second month at Crow's Nest. We'll start to see 15 odd places for people to sit and work around the Alliance. We also hope in the next week or two to start to see some activity on site in relation to some geotechnical investigation work. So a precursor of those works occurring was in placement of our public liability insurance policy. So it's just getting all of the ducks lined up. We're hopeful that we'll see some work on site prior to Easter is certainly what the Alliance team is pushing for. So hopefully that's a bit of an update.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to water and waste? If not, Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Nancy, if you'd like to.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just, mine's going to be extremely brief because I wanted to express my sincere thanks to Jake in particular, but also Matt, Phil and Natalie, and to say how much I've enjoyed their professionalism and our working relationship and the trust that I have in you and your team, Jake. So with that, Mayor, with your indulgence, I'd like to just pass to Councillor Summerfield, given this is her last meeting. She's been in the portfolio for several years.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's offered to all councillors. So, Councillor Nancy, I'd love to hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. It's been 12 years of working in water and waste, and they've been, certainly the first 8 years were great years, and I felt like I achieved much. But this last term, I have to say, has been a very difficult one. It's been a term of exclusion. We've been excluded from monthly meetings with managers, visits to see the projects that were being built, information. Much of it's been recorded and reported, so to speak. And we have lived and breathed this for the 4 years of this term, and with multiple councillors and staff alike walking by this behaviour and treatment of fellow councillors. It's sad that that has happened. But on that note, I'd like to move on to other things, and that includes the spillway upgrade, which is a major project, and I know the impost or impact it has had on our staff. Very heavy weight for Jake to be carrying with all the projects that he has on his shoulders. And Jake, I wish you and your team very well with that, the delivery of that project. It's a massive thing for you, I know, and it's quite unique. It's not something that every person in your position gets to do, is to deliver a spillway upgrade project like this. It's massive. So all the best of luck to you and the team in delivering that. In relation to the pumped hydro scheme, I have strong concerns about that, and I have voted against it every step of the way. And the main reason I've done that is I keep going back to taking 6 gigs of water out of, and to use the expression of the person who is representing BE Power at community consultation, even when it's mud. And so it really worries me about what it's going to look like when you're taking 6 gigs out of 40 gigalitres, when you're taking 6 gigs out of 20 gigalitres, when you're taking it out of 10 gigalitres every single day, and what that's going to do to the ecology of that dam. We have beautiful fish in there and all sorts of other life and plants and things, and that will be all destroyed, I believe, if this plan gets to go ahead. So I urge councillors to take caution on this, and I don't believe I'm saying anything out of school, because everything I am saying is being said in the public through community consultation. Council is aware of the statements that are being made about pumping till it's mud. I haven't seen anything that rectifies that, and I have asked the question, are we going to have limits on what depth the dam is going to be when you say you can't pump that 6 gigs anymore, and I can't get an answer on it. So it's really concerning. You know, this is a bit like covering our prime ag land in solar panels. What's being proposed to be done at Crestbrook Dam, our cleanest dam, our easiest to treat dam, beautiful dam, and what it could become. The landfill gas project is a fantastic project that I have fought for since, I think, 2013. Councillor John Gilson and I started talking about it, and I have nagged staff ever since to keep it going, to keep it on the agenda, and to finally get it delivered in December 22. And what a great project that has been. So it's one of my proud moments, I have to say. I encourage council to further investigate the putting fluoride in our water. It's considered a medical procedure to prevent tooth decay, and with the latest ruling by Justice Glenn Martin that vaccine mandates were unlawful, and the ruling reaffirming the fundamental rights of individuals to make informed decisions about their own health care without fear of retribution or coercion, I believe council should give careful consideration about its decision to fluoridate water supply in the future. It's already been reported in the media in Cairns that this is a concern for councils moving forward. So I really urge you to give that a lot of thought. In closing, I'd like to thank Councillor Rebecca for all of her support and her leadership in the water and waste portfolio. We have been a great team. I've really enjoyed working with you, and thank you. I think we've done a lot of brainstorming between us about various things and got best outcomes as a result of it. We've certainly done our best to get the best outcomes anyway. So thank you very much. And Jake, to you and your team, thank you also. Good night.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Thank you, Jake. There's no other questions there. We better move that motion, We haven't done that yet. So Water and Waste Services, that Water and Waste Services Group be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Nancy. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate that very much. We move then to ISG. GM Mike, welcome back to you. 16.3, Infrastructure Services Group.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for the last 4 years. It's been good working with you all, and I wish you all very best for your futures, whatever they may be. The reports for the Infrastructure Service Group for February 2024 is tabled, councillors, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for ISG. Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the report, Mike. Just a question relating to the attachment number 1, the 2022 flood recovery program. I know this work is due for completion in December 2024, correct? Yes.
That's the plan at this stage.
So just wondering if we can have an update on that, just looking at the culvert program with only 4.2% completed and, other projects at 28.1%. Just wondering how we're going with all of that. Are we still having issues with the supply of materials and how's the progress going with the projects?
It's a good question. When you look at those, I think the key thing is overall progress is just over 40%. So things from that perspective. When we work with our 2 major civil contractors, the bulk of their work is still planned to be finished on or about October this year in the schedules that they're providing. So particularly this since January, as they've come back in the new year, they've very much ramped up, and the culvert program is sort of in the second half of the program, if you like, is really ramping up at the moment. There's in the order of about, including our own staff, close to 500 FTEs working across the region. That's our contractors, their subcontractors and the like, working on this program. So there's a lot of people out there, doing everything from that. So the culvert program's really only got underway since this side of Christmas, and that's why it's a little bit, as you can see, 24 culverts in progress. The next few months should see a significant dent in that culvert space. There. In regards to the second part of your questions, materials and stuff and the like, probably some of the stresses that were there 12 months ago have come back a little in regards to some of the materials, but we did we pre-ordered a lot of culverts and the like to make and put those into stock. So we've sort of prepared for this period that we're in now. So generally speaking, we're feeling quite confident that things are on track at the moment to achieve the goals that we're aiming for, again, weather permitting. You may have noted in today's report what we're calling the 2024 event. So at the end of January there, so we've been now included formally in the southeast corner in regards to Claim Dam. We're expecting particularly in the northern part of our region again, there's a couple of photographs there of some of the damage there for putting in a claim. That we don't see that being hugely significant, probably in the order of maybe 5 million at this stage is where we're thinking, but maybe a bit less than that, maybe a bit more, but a fair bit of work to go behind the scenes to quantify that over the coming months ahead. So there's those sorts of things can put a bit of a hold on progress at times, but we'll take that in our stride. Yeah.
Thanks, Mark. Just commenting, you know, as I said last a little while ago, last Thursday we did a trip from West Moringadan down to Pittsworth, and Councillor Carroll and I, and we saw some incredible work, and we met some of the teams from the two contractors. The deep cut at Wilma Road at Highfields is substantial, and the work that the team are doing there is extraordinary. And you know, the culvert at Spies Road and the culvert at Newman Road, that's it, thank you. It's impressive work, so I think there'll be some communities that are very grateful for the work that's being done, so thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions, Councillor? Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Nancy.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Mike, the report talks about the operational intersection at the corner of Margaret and Mackenzie Street. And I believe it was Councillor Farquhar at the last meeting asked a question about the traffic lights. And I appreciate that wasn't that long ago. So it's more one that I flagged now, maybe for you to take on notice or give some thought to, and we can discuss at a later date. But I've noticed that Brisbane City Council has been talking about a new UK-based approach to traffic light signals, and that they intend to bring that in to Brisbane City Council to, it supposedly increases the traffic flow, a 23% improvement. Of course, there's a huge expense attached to that. I think it's $15 million that BCC has to spend on that. But could we just potentially, not for now, but just take it on notice and give some thought to what is that, what does it look like? Would the price come down if Brisbane City Council does bring that in, and is that something that we can consider down the track? Because there are issues with some of the intersections around town that particularly the new ones. You know, we had the problem at Bridge and Hume as well, that traffic was banking right up to the TAFE in some instances. So I don't require a response now, GM Mike, but I just flagged that one. I'm curious about if that's something that we could potentially look at and learn from. Thanks.
Yeah, happy to take this question without notice and get some more information on that. Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? Councillor Nancy.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mike. Mike, I'm just wondering what initiatives have been taken to reduce the use of high-quality, high-cost drinking water on roads. I've raised this previously, and just wondering whether you have any data on how much potable versus non-potable water you actually use on roads. It's something that just does not sit well with me that we're using drinking water on roads, as I've expressed before. So I'm wondering whether you've got data.
I'll take this question without notice to give you the latest update. We did give council a few years ago, you'd be aware, some insight into the usage and where the water came from and what we were using across the region. So I'll get the latest data, I'll ask for that, and I'll share that with councillors. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I think about an earlier resolution about recycled water, and you know, that would be a really easy win by comparison to other moves if we were using the recycled water on our roads rather than the drinking water, and hopefully a future council will bring a resolution in, that there be no drinking water used on roads moving forward into the future, because it's such a sacrilege when it's already a great cost being treated and then just sprayed on roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? I guess, Mike, the only question I have goes back to the flood recovery works. And do we have, or do, between ourselves and the contractors, do we have independent, people that assess the work that's been done? Or how do we, as a council, make sure that the work's done to the standard that we're after?
Yeah.
Is there a way that we do
Yeah,
that?
yes. Thank you, Mayor. We have what we call surveillance officers. So we've got what we call our flood recovery team. Nearly 40 people in that working, 6 days a week nearly at the time, a lot of the time at the moment, keeping up with the contractors. And part of that is obviously under the contract quality assurance and quality control. The contractors have independent verifiers as well as part of their work to ensure it's done to appropriate standards and quality. So the contract's got all the technical specifications that everything's got to be constructed to and repaired to, and then the team's following it up. So they are, and occasionally there's some defects or non-conformances, and then they're followed through. So yeah, a lot of work goes into ensuring that we get a good quality outcome.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions? If not, Councillor Carroll, I'll hand over to you to...
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak at this last meeting of this term of council. I'd like to thank the CEO, Brian Pridgeon, general managers and the entire staff of council for the support given to myself and indeed the community. I'd like to thank Councillor Melissa particularly and my council colleagues for their contributions and service to our residents. My biggest recognition and thanks goes to our General Manager of ISG, our managers, admin. Our admins are very important and often we forget to thank them, including Kirsten and Wendy, and the entire team. Through difficult times and lack of capacity of staff, this council term, the support and service by our team has been exemplary. It was great to be at the professional development breakfast last week to meet our newest generators and knowing that they'd be mentored by the best team in council. Apologies to everyone else. I'm very proud of the fact that I was here and was one of the instigators of the scholarship program and the generator program, and I was very pleased to see how it's grown. And I might just mention that our first 2 scholarship holders are still with council and still contributing to the council teams, one in construction and maintenance and one in the water team. So it's wonderful to see that they've been mentored and gone back and giving back to their community. To our staff from all areas of council, you are our best asset, our PR and our interface with the community. I've always been proud to be the Chair of Infrastructure, and I have been the Chair of Infrastructure for 16 years. I hope to return, but I respect the will of our community. Thank you all so much. It's been a tremendous honour. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Melissa?
Thanks, Chair. Well, when the previous mayor asked me if I'd be interested in infrastructure, I jumped at the chance and said yes. And he said, well, that was quick. And I said, well, it suits me. I think it'll be fabulous with my background. But little did I know that driving trucks was a little bit more than, and roads were a little bit more than just driving on them. There was much to learn, and it has been one of the steepest learning curves of my 3 distinct careers that I've had. It's been a journey, at times extremely tough, and at times having to make decisions that I found really difficult, extremely difficult. And I say to our residents at times, I just wish we had a money pit down the back of council, because it just would make our lives so much easier. And I see the difficulties that our community deal with roads and weather events and everything else that comes with living in a region such as ours that is so diverse. But hand on heart, I think we've done the best that we can around this table, but I know that there's a lot more to do, and I hope I'm here next term to continue that. But I've been able to do my job with the support of an incredible team here at Council, including the team of ISG. They've been extremely patient with me, and I know I've asked time and time again the same question over and over, saying I just need to get it in my head and understand it, and you've been very great. The team of ISG in Council go out every day and they do their job to the best of their ability and with a will to do what they can to help our community, and they try their best and they do their best because they love where they live and they want to do the best for our community, and for that I thank them. Thank you, Mike. Thank you to your managers. Thank you to Jackie and Lauren, and again, couldn't do it without them. I say it's me again on the phone, can you help me? And they're amazing. To Councillor Carroll, it's been a great 4 years. It's been a tough 4 years. But again, I think we've done the best that we can with what we've got. And I look forward to hopefully another 4 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moser. Thank you very much, Mike. We then go to that the motion for the Infrastructure Services Group. The motion is that the Infrastructure Services Group be received. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors.
Item number 16.4, councillors, is the Environment and Community Committee group, and I invite GM Nick to come forward. Nick, welcome to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Quite a brief report from the Environment Community Services Group this month, given it's only been 2 weeks since we were last here, but happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Nick. Questions, councillors? Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Nick, I appreciate it's not spelt out in this report, so it might be something that you could speak to generally off the top of your head, or you may need to take it on notice. But it keeps raining, and we're having obviously a lot of conversations about, with the community, the grass is growing, and we tell them about the mowing situation and our budgets and so on. That's not my question though. My question is, we've had a lot of rain, and a lot of the weeds, the lantana, that part of council's pest management has also responded just as the grass has. In such a case, is there opportunity or the flexibility to move budget allocations to address the increase in the lantana, the privet that grows in really fertile conditions, or is that something that has to come back to us, we have to turn our minds to in a bigger strategic way to get on top of or back to where we were before we had such lovely conditions for lantana and such to grow in?
That's a really good question. I think that for now we've probably got sufficient budget considering the resources, the labour resources that we've got available to us to get it spent. I think that we can allocate our crews across different functions as we need to, and they carry multiple skills. So if there's a need for us to be doing works in bushland parks rather than formal parks, we can deal with that at an operational level. I guess if we were to experience those changing seasons in an ongoing fashion, and that meant that our resourcing needs were changing, they were insufficient, they were changing on a more permanent basis, then that's probably a conversation we'd have to have. But at the moment, I think we're doing our best to keep up, and it's a struggle. And I think, probably the things, when it comes to cutting grass, the thing that's a bit different for us compared to what happens to us at home is we might have a big bit of rain on Wednesday or Thursday, but by Saturday when we're home on the weekend we can still push our mower across the lawn and mow the grass. When it comes to parks, we use big heavy tractors, and they tend to sink and do damage if the parks haven't dried out. That wasn't really your question. I think we do have that flexibility to move resources around. I guess it's probably a longer term structural issue if it was to be ongoing.
Okay, thank you. And just on that, because you did bring it up, on Sunday I noticed council mowers mowing a really steep embankment, and I thought, we get a lot of feedback from the community, but it's a Sunday, it's a really steep piece of land, and our teams are out there mowing it, so I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you. And when we have these periods of time, we look to, do work overtime and supplement our workforce with casuals and contractors and all those sorts of things, because it is a bit different. I made the point before, one of the big differences is they're heavy machines. We can't just jump on, we do more damage if we do that sort of stuff, so sometimes we have to wait, but we're working longer days and working weekends. Yeah, thanks for noticing.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Nick, it might be a question on notice, but just in regard to, it's a great thing that we've received funding for the state federal disaster relief funding arrangements for a bushfire recovery community project officer. Do you know what length of period that is for?
No, I don't. No,
yeah,
it's probably
6 months.
Yeah, 6 or 12 months probably. I'll check that for you.
I think it's 6, but I'm not sure. It's just, you might double check on it. Yeah, just double check on it and send it through. If there's no other questions, Councillor O'Shea, I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the opportunity to say a few words. The last 4 years, like a lot of my colleagues have sort of mentioned, has had obviously it's had its challenges, it's had its successes, it's had its ups, its downs, it's good times, it's funny times. It's had it's all been mixed into one. But I just wanted to use this opportunity mainly to say a big thank you to you, Nick, for your leadership in this portfolio, but probably not just in this portfolio, but I think across council. I think in my time, obviously working closely with you, it's been really evident to me that you have community at heart. You certainly have the well-being of staff and the team at heart. You certainly want to see the best outcomes for community, but also the best outcomes for our staff, and to have those opportunities. And I think it's a credit to yourself. And I think we'll continue to see, particularly across this area, things blossom, and obviously then also right through council. So you're really a positive person that's really made a difference in that area. But to yourself for your support and your professionalism and your expertise to lead this particular portfolio, but as well, of course, the support from Hugh, Paul, Sally, Tani, and Kevin. So in the areas there, but not only that, it's all of the staff. It's been it's one of those things. If you give us the opportunity to come along and speak with staff and things like that, and to see again, you can see that they really have that pride in working for their community. As what someone said to me once, there's no greater pride than working for the community that you live in, and I think we've really seen evidence of that, and that's right across the board. So, but thank you to you, and as I said, for all your support of myself, and also wanted to mention to Councillor Tim, coming into the portfolio as well, your enthusiasm and obviously again your professionalism and support. As we've always sort of talked about, we don't always agree on the same things, but I think there's a respect there obviously for each other's opinion and position, and we've been able to work well together. So thank you to you. It's been a real pleasure to get to know you and work with you as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor James. Councillor Tim, hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll just take a very short time, and my first introduction to local government, when I sat down with then Mayor Antonio and he said community environment with James O'Shea, I said short conversation, jackpot, and that was about it, and I walked out of that, and have enjoyed being the colloquially known Minister of Fun and all the issues that come with that. Can I acknowledge, James, as the portfolio chair, your leadership and guidance, and the way we've worked together, I'm very proud of, and I see you as a really genuine, great guy, and I look forward to working with you in the future. GM Nick was sitting behind me, is not here. Oh, he's up the front. Yeah, good. So you should be. There's a few heads these days. Anyway, Nick, I thank you for working with me in the early days. It was my introduction to local government, and Grace when when we didn't get along at the start on some things, but I think we have a really, really good relationship now, and I welcome your involvement in this and the way you lead your team is exemplary to many, and thank you for the work you do, and I've really appreciated learning from you and working with you. To the managers past and present, I thank them very much for working with me, and the many, many staff who I don't see often, but when I do, they always sing very highly of councils. But we have 570-something parks in Toowoomba region, everything from neighbourhood right up to the big bushland in Queen's Park. We have libraries all over, including the new Highfields one. We have pools, many of them that need ongoing maintenance. We have pests, animals and plants that come in, and biosecurity. We have disaster management and all of the issues associated with that. We have animal management and the many issues associated with that, some as recent as today. We have the arts and our new cultural strategy. We have other projects like the Change Project, and let's not forget about the fishing on Kubi and Crestbrook Dams. I have enjoyed this portfolio and some very good people involved with it, so I wish everyone else the best of luck who is re-electing or nominating for re-election, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Tim, very much. And on that, we'll move to the motion of 16.4, which is the Environment Community Services Group be received. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Nick. Thanks very much to you and your team. We now welcome 16.5 Finance and Business Strategy Group, GM Anne-Marie Johnson. Welcome, Anne-Marie.
Good afternoon, councillors. Happy to take this report as read and take any questions.
Thanks, GM Anne-Marie. Any questions, councillors, in regard to Finance and Business Strategy Group? Any questions? Anne-Marie, the only comment that I have is in regard to the real estate portal and how that's worked as an introduction and innovation, if you like, over the last 12 to 18 months, and how that's progressing and what difference it's made in the organisation.
Thank you. So, councillors, at the end of February, so this report was prepared before the end of month. So February, we actually had 1,023 hits to the portal. So that's solicitors, real estate agents looking for information that previously would have been a phone call through the customer service. So not only does that save our customers having to make a phone call, they've got the information readily available. We know that portal is accessed on the weekend and on public holidays, so it means it's readily available when our customers need it. But it also frees up time for our staff to be more to deal with other issues. So we were the first council in Queensland or in Australia to implement this real estate solicitor portal, so it's been incredibly successful.
Thank you, and pass on our congratulations too to Shane and the team as well. Anne-Marie, thank you. Any other questions, councillors, or comments? If there's not, Councillor Shine, I might hand over to you.
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity of acknowledging Anne-Marie and all of the staff in Finance and Business Strategy over the last 4 years. I must say that despite experiences in life and running a business and associated with that, the mysteries of the finance world have been a challenge to me, and Anne-Marie has been one who is non-judgmental but always helpful and cheerful in trying to explain what to her might be very basic concepts, but to me difficult ones, let alone my experience at the Audit Committee, which is something that the Chair would know I look forward to every 3 months with great relish. But putting that aside, it's very rarely, I suppose, that we always look forward to our meetings on a regular basis, be what they may be. But the meetings on a Monday morning with Anne-Marie are without are without exception a joyful occasion and one that I have always looked forward to. No matter what happened on the weekend, that starts the week in a good frame of mind and an optimistic frame of mind as well. There's that Irish charm that she has that we, Jeff and I, and more recently Edwina, benefit greatly from, and very, very no ifs or buts, no reservations at all, Anne Marie, about your value and your the attributes that you have, and both for this organisation, but personally for us ourselves as individuals. In my experience, your leadership qualities, your attitude, sort of is reflected down with all of the personnel within the portfolio, within the department, from the highest levels to the newcomers, and that's a great attribute that not too many employers have, and at times when we are worried about retention and satisfaction for employees, that's a real skill that you do have, and the people that work with you have, and it says a lot for your ability in running the show, but also the input that you would have had in the employment of people who are in significant positions within the portfolio. So you are a treasure, and I'm sure that your staff shares my confidence and opinion of you. That's reflected on the many occasions that we get together for happy celebrations and recognition of achievements and so on. A lot that's to do with the chair of finance and the mayor, who's now mayor, because of his personality and the way he makes everyone happy to be there, and his fantastic memory of remembering everyone's name, which I envy tremendously. Sometimes he forgets my correct name, but nevertheless, apart from that, he's faultless in that regard, and that positivity is I've never felt anything different, even at any stage, to be honest, and that's a great credit to you all. The other councillors have mentioned, rightly so, the variety of activities undertaken in their portfolios, and ours is somewhat different, but some activities like ICT, which is, if I have difficulty with the financial side of things, thanks for the great help that I had from the former mayor, we sort of overcome the ICT ones with ease. I wish that were the case. But the ICT, the finance, the customer service, the whole variety of things that are undertaken under your leadership, not only here but throughout the whole of the region, is a credit to you and the leadership team's ability to cope with that. And of course, we've had the unusual circumstances of COVID, and a lot of your staff worked from home during that period, and the adjustment to doing that correctly and positively, and then the readjustment of coming back after they experienced that. All of those things have been, to me anyway, handled seamlessly, and great credit to you. I want to obviously thank Jeff. I mentioned some of his attributes. I've said it to him, one of his greatest qualities is his patience and tolerance of my inadequacies, and I've seen that in operation with other people. He's got a great gift of, he would have made a very good school teacher, I'm sure, and not too many people have those skills. No doubt the Councillor McMahon knows what I'm talking about, but so I thank you, Jeff, for that, and it made life a lot easier, and a big part of that looking forward to coming to work was the fact that you were chair of our portfolio, and Edwina, breath of, well, fresh air, but you know, a happy person, a smart person, and I think there would not be a person in this room who would not wish her well in the election, and she will be a great asset to the people of Toowoomba for many years to come, so long as she wishes to serve. I'm sure of that. So thank you, Edwina. Finally, could I extend my thanks to Brian? He's a sort of a quiet achiever, but who my perception is that he's always worked effectively and well in the area which I have had any concerns, and a person who has that level of control, which I envy. And so thank you, Brian, for putting up with many different personalities and things that I think lesser persons would have had great difficulty in doing so. So thank you for your achievements as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you for those kind words, Kerry, Councillor Kerry. I want to reinforce what you've just said about the positivity within our team, and GM Emery, thank you for that. Not only within our team of councillors, Jeff and Kerry, for taking me under your wing these last few months, but GM Emery and your team as well, who've been so supportive. You know, we are an internal facing team. We've got our financial services, our people and culture, our customer comms and our IT. And I just thank all of those teams for everything that they do for us and for the council and for community. I'm also really pleased to see, so a lot of the feedback that I get out in the community is sometimes it's difficult to do business with council in different areas, and like to try and work on improving that if I can. However, the feedback I get more than ever is just how wonderful and positive our customer service team are, that when someone calls, there's this really sunny, friendly voice at the end of the phone, and that is our front line, and they are doing a brilliant job. So I want to commend them on that. And the community are often, everyone always just says to me how amazing our customer service team are. And they win awards for it, so, you know. But I just, not only Councillor Jeff and Kerry, but also everyone around this team and this table, thank you for helping me over the last 5 months. It's been a monster learning curve. But I feel like I've almost got my feet on the ground and my legs aren't flapping as much as they used to under the water. So thank you for everything, and yeah, I've really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Edwina. The councillors, the Finance and Business Strategy Group motion is before us, and we'll move that, and I'll make some closing remarks as we conclude the meeting. The motion is that the Finance and Business Strategy Group be received. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. So, councillors, that does conclude 2024. Anne-Marie, thank you very much for your leadership as GM of Finance and Business Strategy Group. As Councillor Kerry said, and Councillor Edwina enforces, you lead a very high-functioning team, and it's as a result of your leadership that happens in a positive manner. But more importantly, I think councillors have been given confidence through the process of budgets each time, budget reviews, and certainly the formation of budgets, a major part of the responsibility of councillors, elected representatives, and it's something that we don't rush. It's something we work through methodically, and it's something we educate each other every year we do that. And I think it's a full credit to you, Anne-Marie, and to Andrew and all of the team to make sure that the greatest responsibility that we have, which is to not only hand down a budget, but then we also report on an annual report. They're the two key features that we have. And for you and your team to walk us through that, we do appreciate it very much. Councillor Kerry, thank you for your kind words. we've shared some really good times and had great discussion. Your wise counsel is always very much appreciated. Councillor Edwina, you are a breath of fresh air into our group, and we appreciate all that you've done as well, and wish you and all councillors who are seeking re-election all the very best on March 16. For those that won't be, I mentioned earlier, you get to relax a little bit now, although our responsibility doesn't finish after today's meeting. It goes right through until the final announcement is made as far as the positions are declared. Just a couple of things I'd like to say, and again, thank you, Anne-Marie, but to CEO Brian, for the last 7 months or so, Brian and myself obviously meet regularly. We also meet with the Deputy Mayor and Rebecca. I acknowledge the close working relationship that we've had and very much appreciate that. We've certainly troubleshot a few things as well over the time and very much appreciated your support, guidance and full and frank discussions we've had. It makes for decision making much better, so I appreciate that greatly. Brian, to you and the GMs, the executive leadership team, we have challenges. They're plenty, but the opportunities are greater, and that's the positivity that we need to leave at this last meeting of this council to the next council. There are more positive things that this council does in the community than there are negatives. Many, many more. Many, many more, and there's many more positive opportunities we have as a community to lead into the next term of council, and we can pass that on and beyond. Decisions for today need not necessarily be for today, but for many, many years to come. And I value all of those around the room who have that vision, and every councillor around this table has shown their dedication through simple debate, robust discussion and decision making, where we all don't necessarily, nor we should, agree on everything. It creates an atmosphere where we come up with what we hope is the best decision on behalf of the people we serve and represent, and that's our community. Kirsten, to you and Wendy, thank you very much for your patience with us from time to time. I know you get plenty of instructions and information coming thick and fast, delays in offering our conflicts of interest to you by the deadline, in fact on the day sometimes, and we appreciate very much indeed. So if you pass that on to Wendy and we'll do the same. To my office, and I know they're watching because they love watching these, to Michael, to Melissa, to Kate, and to the team inside the City Hall who cater for us, make sure that we are sustained through long periods of meeting times. I'm sure you'll all agree, we thank all the staff here that help us out in that realm. To my team, particularly to Michael, to Melissa and Kate, thank you for your patience with me over the last 7 months. I've appreciated that. And finally, I wanted to acknowledge for 3.5 years, the Mayor of this region was Councillor Paul Antonio, and I want to acknowledge him as well today, because this is a 4-year term, and just as we've acknowledged Councillor Edwina the last 5 months, and thank you for your contribution, I also thank Councillor Antonio for his contribution from this term and before that. So councillors, Councillor Carroll.
I'm sorry, I did fail to thank Therese, who's our secretary and does a tremendous amount for us and is always pleasant and always helpful and really cares about us.
Thanks,
I'd like
Councillor
to thank her.
Carroll.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So councillors, oh, you're giving her a thumbs up. She's watching, is she? Good on you. And to all of those who have waited and patiently in the gallery, the couple of rows of seats at the back, thank you for your patience and your commitment. I think with our last meeting, we should acknowledge those who are here regularly. John McGrady, I think, deserves special commendation. He does, and he has, been committed to the cause of being part of these meetings by way of discussing with councillors all the issues that crop up around his area. And you know, that's what we're here for as well. And it's great that GMs also accommodate those questions when they come to them from community members when we're around the water cooler, wherever we are. And that's a critical part of what our role is and needs to, for every council in the future, to maintain that core values of putting our community first with decision making, to make sure that we can sustain a budget, deliver on a community, making sure that we live and maintain a region that is the most beautiful place to live, learn, work and play That's our commitment. So thank you. All the very best for those on March 16. Appreciate this is our last meeting for 2024, and thank everyone involved. Good afternoon.